Good evening. How we doing? Where is everybody? I thought I had the wrong day for a minute. Hello, hello. Likewise. A proper Dan. Proper special. Yeah, we haven't had so few people in a long time. It must be the thought of working on UIs. It's the most tedious thing in the world. Thanks, that's the Black Kitty of Inlay. Hello. Here comes everyone. So normally at this point, I show everyone what I've been working on, but there's nothing really I can show you. So menu stuff, obviously, which is just more of the same. We fixed multiplayer, so over the past few builds, multiplayer has been just not working at all. That's all working now, so that's all good. And we've been working on some VR performance issues, neither of which I can really demonstrate because it's both just code stuff. So you'll have to take my word for it. But yeah, it's working. Tonight, we will be working on the graphics options. Two things, really. One is being able to navigate up and down using the keyboard and controller, but also generating text descriptions over here, depending on which of these options you are currently on. Which would be nice because it means we can start actually maybe even put a picture there and show the difference between the different options. I've seen that on some other games UIs and I really like it, so it would be nice to do that. The other thing I want to do is I want to add the control switch for turning mega lights on and off, although specifically turning shadowed lighting on and off aboard the ship. And we may as well do the lumen switch while we're at it because they're all kind of intertwined. A lot of those things aren't a simple case of just turning things on and off. They have to be like turned on, and then a bunch of other things need to be switched off in the background, and all the lights need to change their behavior based on what's turned on and what's turned off. So there's a bit of scripting that needs doing there. Just noticed my desktop audio is all but nil. Hang on, let me turn that one down, and then that one up, and then that one down a bit more. And then the track stops just at the wrong time. Okay, so you should be hearing music now. Other than a couple of locomotion things, yes, Anasi. One of the things we had yesterday when we were testing it is, for some reason, performance on VR drops to like 5 frames a second for about 10 to 15 seconds before the game starts, and I'm trying to work out why that is. But that aside, all the spawning's working. The character is spawning in multiplayer, so that's good. The brig behavior probably isn't working. We've yet to test that, but that shouldn't be too much of a big deal. It's just a case of teleporting the player to the brig if required. So yeah, really, it's just the other locomotion things that we need to add to it. Yeah, same music, although we do have some new music in the pipeline. We're just waiting for Claire to finalise the track listing. Some of it's a bit fast for the stream. We need things that are sort of quiet, and ambient, and nice background music. Nothing too exciting. Right, let's move this border, because I just noticed that's in the wrong place. Another change I've made to this is previously I was laying out most of these UI elements kind of individually, but we have these grid panels. I don't know when they were introduced. I don't remember seeing them before, but yeah, we have grid panels. So I'm using these grid panels to lay out all of the various elements on the UI, and so far so good. Stick some padding on these. 20 is probably sufficient. So one of the things we need to be able to do for controller support is we need to be able to highlight each line in turn, and then when you press left or right on the controller, you're essentially doing the equivalent of pressing one of these buttons. In fact, okay, yes, checking that the button's actually wide enough there. And then that should be not hit testable. If you remember on last Wednesday, we added a bunch of code on this one for handling how we navigate through all these different UIs. I can't remember how much of this I did on stream, but essentially every time we input something from the controller, we then have to kind of go through and kind of sanity check what's just been pressed and align that with something on the UI. So that's all done for most of the main menu stuff. In fact, if we press play a minute, one of the other issues I had is that it wasn't getting keyboard focus automatically, which it now is, so I can just immediately start pressing buttons without having to click on it first. Multiplayer has had a bit of a facelift, so we now have a little red X in the corner there for closing it. Mostly because I couldn't think of a good place to put the back button. So just having a little X, just generally, it's self-explanatory and does the same job. And we've got the same kind of UI look around here. I need to adjust some of the width and scaling of some of the bits on here, but generally speaking, this is what it's going to look like. I was showing Claire this, and she's like, well, what's actually changed? And it's difficult to quantify what's changed. Basically, everything's changed, and yet nothing at the same time. it is very similar to the previous iteration, just hopefully cleaner and easier to work with. But yeah, so the same thing needs to be done here. With controller support, we need to be able to navigate these drop downs and such. Although I might need to make them not drop downs. If so, we'll just do little forward and back arrows. We'll see how that goes. The other issue with the controller is we don't actually have a pop-up keyboard. So for now, it can only be partial controller support because you still need a keyboard to actually type in the boxes. But we will add a pop-up keyboard at some point. But you can now type in the boxes, which you couldn't do before, including pressing H, which you couldn't do before. So one of the big tests is because H toggles the HUD. So if we press Enter, we should now be able to press H again to toggle the UI so that we can use it as a screensaver. So it's nice to have gotten all that lined up and working nicely together. But yeah, then we need to get that working on here. Now the settings is a different widget, just to be awkward. It's a widget we're bringing in, and we're doing that because it's used in more than one location, which means we need to have the same code running on this widget as we do on the main menu widget. So all this junk here also needs to take place on this one, which means we need to, on our begin play, start setting up some global events. So we may as well just copy those, save having to do it again. So we want controller nav date. We'll add that onto there. That's weird. Why does this exist? Shouldn't exist on there yet. Need controller input. Creepy crawly on my head. Gone. Yeah, I have a very cheap keyboard. We actually got some nicer keyboards for a convention, and they're literally just sat in a bag. I should probably just use one of those instead. Right, there we go. That's working now. And then we need from here. I'll copy the whole lot, but it's not going to need all of it. I don't need that at all. Which means I don't need that either. Don't know what they're relating to. I shall have to have a, oh, I know what they are. Yeah, of course. It's because we copied this lot over. That's fine. Okay, so we need to add a whole bunch of settings outputs onto this enum. Basically one for each settings page, so that we know where we actually are. And then we're going to need some way of working out whether or not we're on the main menu or the pause menu, although it might not matter. But let's give it a whirl and see. Yeah, I'll try and get a build out tonight. It's we've got working multiplayer that needs testing now, so that would be good to get that sorted out. I can't remember why we delayed it. I think it was because of the lack of multiplayer. But I can't think of anything that's fundamentally broken now, so there's nothing technically preventing a build. That often becomes the case, kind of mid-development during a patch, things need to be broken in order to add new features. So while we go through the everything's broken phase, we're kind of quiet on the builds front. But hopefully we're coming out the other side of that now. Enum, that's what I'm doing. So I think I'm going to move settings down out of the way a bit, and I'll make that a separate set of pages. So we've got preferences. What was it? So it's preferences, and I think it was display. Graphics. Controls. Audio and accessibility. I think that was right, wasn't it? Preferences, display, graphics, audio controls, accessibility. Yeah, so that's our options. I was toying with the idea of adding another category, but I can't remember what it was, so I won't until I remember. That adds all of our settings pages on there, so we don't need to care about these ones on here. Yeah, and then we need to take our border and its corresponding shadow. And we also need to pop that onto this widget. And this is where it gets kind of complicated, because we've got a separate widget, which is a child of the main widget, but we also need to handle the moving around of the highlighter. That having been said, do we? I suppose yes we do, because I'm just thinking, because at the moment we're doing it from the main menu. We won't be able to do because the main menu won't be there. So yeah, it's going to have to be handled on the settings menu itself, which means it very much needs to exist on there. Hopefully that will just recognize that it's there, kind of, but not really, because these don't look like they've recognized it. Oh right, yeah, because they won't exist. Oh, that's the other thing I did. So when determining the scale of the highlight that goes over each menu option, I'm using the absolute size of the element, and then just adding a bit of padding around it, so that we don't need to manually specify the size of the little highlighter each time. It can do it itself automatically, just to make life a little bit easier. You also need to start handling tab input on here as well. All of these count as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 and 8. Debating whether we put cancel there or just have our little red X. I mean, as far as the controller is concerned, you can just press B, or escape on the keyboard. Do the same job. Make sure I name it correctly. These should just basically be the same thing, so we don't need them. So none of these are going to be relevant for this particular menu. So both the main menu and the settings are both going to fire this at the same time. And where we don't run into conflicts is the fact that there won't be anything pinned on this one, so this essentially hits a dead end, whereas on this one we actually have things connected, and then conversely for the main menu stuff there's nothing connected, so it just won't do anything. So we can use the same global event to drive both widgets without any overlap or conflict. Yeah, exactly. Just thinking about just how we make sure it knows you're on this page. So I suppose because we're driving page awareness from our button presses. So essentially, whether we press the UI element with the mouse or we use the controller / keyboard, both of those inputs are then piped through here, and then we just do the various bits we need to do. But that includes setting what page we're currently on, and then it will broadcast that out with this global event, so that the whole game knows what page you're currently on. So I suppose from the main menu, when you go into settings, we're already going into preferences as the current page, which is the default. So that in and of itself should be enough. That at least gets us on the right page to begin with. And then as we handle the tab buttons, which I'll probably do first, to be honest, Just find that a sec. Where are we doing that? Are we doing that through here? Yes. So here's the tabs. So we need a controller input for each tab. And yeah, and then where we're setting the menu location there, we need to replace that with the enum instead. And then broadcast that out as a global event. So just as we are on here, in fact, we'll take the same macro and put that on there. So take that macro, whack that on there, and we're going to have to create the class first so that we can actually cast to it. Yeah, everything else on there should be as is. And then we simply replace all of these. Gameplay. Why have I called it gameplay? Assuming that's that one. Yeah. Let's rename that just so we don't get ourselves all confused. Display. Graphics. Audio. Doesn't help they're in the wrong order. Debug options. Why have I got debug? Is that accessibility these days? Yeah. Right, so once we shift over to these, that should sort out global page awareness. And then do we have get version of this? No, we don't. So basically each and every one of these is redundant from the outset. So that's a nice pointless variable repurposed. Then we need to construct, copy that I suppose, event current page, and then we will assign it to that variable. Seem to be constructing a lot of, oh yeah, of course. So things like changing the FOV, we need to broadcast that out so that other game systems like the player controller can go, ooh, FOV's changed, and react accordingly. 9-letter studios, yes, the dev build currently has VR, and when we go live with the next public update, that will also have VR. Although you're going to need a beefy GPU to run it because it's quite performance heavy. Ah, nice. I expect so, yeah. I mean, with all the bells and whistles turned on, I'm getting about 40 to 50 FPS on my 4090, but I don't think that's a genuine number, and we don't have stereo rendering enabled right now. Once we can enable stereo rendering, it's going to go a lot quicker, obviously. But there's a bug with Unreal right now, so for some reason, if you enable stereo rendering when you're using the deferred shader, the whole engine just crashes. And we're still waiting for an answer on that. Okay, that should be all the things that need a thing. Now we just need to manage how each of these is handled when it receives an input. So we're setting that now. Let's actually set the default value of this to be preferences, because that's the first page we always arrive at. Right, and then we'll have to handle that separately. Those UI elements don't exist, so the error is expected. Okay. Right. Now to handle the tabs, which I don't think I've set up as an input thing yet, so let's do that first. Yeah, VR is going to be amazing, I think, once it's polished and working the way we want it to. Right now, it's just kind of a test. It's like, okay, here we go. Here's VR at a basic level. We really want it to be a really immersive experience. I was looking at an Unreal Tech demo the other day, and they've got really good physics controls on the hands. Like you can get your fingers and kind of run your fingers up against each other, and all the fingers interact, and you can just like slap things off of shelves. We want really like proper physics interaction on every aspect of the VR body, which obviously is going to take a bit more development. But for now, at a basic level, you can at least walk around the ship. You can interact with UIs. You can do everything you can do in first person just in VR, which for a version 1 is not bad really. I've forgotten what I was doing. What was I doing? Oh yeah, inputs. That's what I was doing. Right, so we've got our up, down, left, right. So we need tab inputs. Did we? Oh yes, tab next and tab previous. So I need to add that to here. Tab next. Tab previous. Stick some keys on there. So you want, so for next we want right shoulder. Yeah, we don't want the trigger, do we? So right shoulder and then left shoulder. And I think for keyboard control, we'll do tab and then we'll do shift tab for going backwards. And do a modifier. If I can remember how. Nope. I'm on the right one here. Let's get rid of these just so we don't get ourselves lost amongst the trees. So yep. So that's all the defaults. Fine. That one's fine. Sure, you could add a key as a modifier. Let's have a look at the actual input action itself. Yeah, nothing on there. Hold up, this is a Google moment. It says to use the modifier options. What am I missing? Oh, hang on. Corded action. Do I have corded? I'll try that. I'm trying to go through Epic's documentation, which is usually very helpful. So they're saying to use modifier key trigger. All right, we'll try that. So, corded action, modded. It's not even option on there. Okay, we'll stick with that. Learning as we go. Actually, yeah, let's set up just some output spam just to see what we're actually seeing here. So IA tab next. IA tab previous. Okay, so tab is firing both. Shift tab is also firing both. Right. And on the controller, next, previous, next, previous. Okay, so the controller's working. Huzzah. Tab is not. Yeah, so there's definitely nothing in there that's relevant. That's quite interesting, actually. If that works the way I think it does, we can use that for making it like an up, down, left, right, A, B cheat code. So does the shift modifier actually need to be added on here, maybe? So we'll do left shift and right shift as well, just it doesn't really matter which. Okay, so shift tab is actually working for previous. Great. But tab is doing both. So we only want previous to fire if shift's held down. So we're saying that forward action must be triggered for this trigger's action to trigger. Okay. I'm going to have to look into this a bit more, I think, because this it's not behaving the way that I would expect it to behave. Which means either I've done it wrong, or this is the wrong approach. But we shall see, because that's definitely working with Shift tab. I'm assuming the other Shift as well, yeah, so that's working fine. Yeah, that should not be doing previous. But that's fine. Deal with that as a future problem. Although I think when it comes to navigating the tabs, until I fix that, I'll just have it so tab moves to the next, just goes to the next tab and then loops around. So you can still do it with the keyboard. You just can't do shift tab for now. Going on there, that shouldn't be white. Okay, so the code that we're using for going between tabs, I guess we can just piggyback onto that. So we take that one as an example. So we don't need to worry about the hover. On pressed, I guess we just need to fire a custom event on each one of these for the tab action. Yeah. Every time we press tab, essentially we want to be clicking on that tab. Yeah. So that would be controller tab. No, I don't want one of those. Controller audio. Controller tab controls. Controller tab accessibility. Right, so we'll drive each one of those from the controller input. So that will, where are we? So that would come over as one of the controller input events, and then we'll just switch on the input type. Now this is an interesting one actually. So I guess for each of these, yeah, so if we do enter would do that. If we press tab right, then we already know that we're on preferences, so that we want to do controller tab display, and then left would be looping around, which would be tab accessibility. And we just need to do this logic on each of the pages so that we know what we're tabbing to and from. So accessibility, so preferences goes to accessibility one way and display the next. So let's just grab a copy of that. We're going to have to do that on each one. So dump that. Use that instead. So we have to do it on all of them just to be annoying. Right, so accessibility, if we go to the right, that would be preferences. If we go to the left, that would be audio. Just make sure I get these right in my head, otherwise the tab order won't work. So right from audio would be accessibility. Left from audio would be controls. And then right would be audio. Left would be graphics. Right would be controls. Left would be display. X. Left would be what? Preferences. Okay, then we just need to make sure on this one we do what we're doing over here. Where are we? Here. So tab next is tab right. Previous would be tab left. Oops, completely the wrong menu. Hurrah, I've got it wrong. Right, so those three are good. So good. Graphics goes to controls. It should have gone to audio. So that goes to there, that goes to there, that goes to there. Right, so that should have gone to controls. Yeah, so those two are mixed up. But it does mean the shoulder buttons are indeed controlling the tabs. So yay for that. And then the tab key on the keyboard chooses to do nothing. What about my shift tab? No. Interesting. I mean, I do have... Oh, no, I don't. Well, that was interesting. Why didn't I have keyboard control? Okay, weird. Oh, I know why. Exactly why. It's because we've got that corded tab there. That was the issue. That wasn't the issue. Oh no, that was the issue. Yeah, so tab just goes through the menus. Right, so it's graphics needs to go to audio. And then accessibility needs to go to controls. Right, okay. I knew I'd mess that up. Because I've got them the wrong way around on there. Graphics, audio, controls, accessibility. Yes, it's me. I got it run on the enum. Graphics, audio, controls, accessibility. Right. Yes, yes. So that goes to controls. Audio goes to graphics. And then from graphics to audio. Audio to controls. Graphics goes to audio. graphics goes to audio, audio goes to controls, controls goes to accessibility. So audio goes to controls or graphics. Controls goes to audio and accessibility. Yep. Accessibility goes to controls, preferences. Right, that should be not messed up now. Still got keyboard control, wrong menu. There we go. So that goes across there. And that should also go across with the controller. Go backwards and forwards. Huzzah. So what we need to do now is we need to handle the up and the down. So regardless of which tab you're on, down should always go to the first option there. And then if we go down below onto these buttons, we need to pick which one we want as the default. I'm assuming save is probably the one you'd use the most. So change, 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 down, 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 save. And then of course B on the controller goes back, settings, oh that works perfectly. Brilliant. That's looking like controller support. The only other thing we need to change is also yes, first is definitely, it should do. The reason it's not right now is because if we go to one of the other tabs, the border box is overlapping. Like if I was to do that, they'll then work. But it's fine because all of these are going to use the new style, which would be that one, which needs renaming. Preference display graphics. Yeah, so they're all named correctly. So yeah, so the style of this is what all the others will move to, so that we've got that description box next to each option, so that we can explain what these things actually do. And then hopefully we'll get to the graphics one tonight, because I want to start adding well, I want to split the graphics options up into like visual effects and then engine features. So things like render scale is like an engine feature control. Shadow quality is like an engine feature, as is anti-aliasing. But things like image sharpening, motion blur, chromatic aberration, bloom, those are all like VFX things. So we'll separate them into a separate category. And it will also be good to have when we do the description for them, to kind of indicate what sort of impact they have on performance. Because a lot of these things, at least from my testing, have like no impact on performance whatsoever. So there's no reason not to have them on, unless you just don't like volumetric fog, for example, or motion blur, which most people hate. I actually quite like it. Controversial statement. I like motion blur. I find it smooths off frames. when done tastefully. But we will leave motion blur off by default because most people don't want it. Yeah, don't worry. Motion blur will always be off as the default option. We will not put that on people. Right, so let's see if we can sort out the uppy-downy controls. So we need to take our highlighter and not put it there. So that shouldn't be part of any widget. So that should be on 0, which means we should be able to move that without it. Yeah, there we go. Better. What's going on then? Wondering whether it's worth simplifying these a little bit, because we will not be using them quite the same. I think I'll just do a set scale with this. The idea is that we want to be able to move this up and down as you select the options, and then you can use left and right to change the options. So we kind of just need to arbitrarily scale and position that. This might take a little bit of trial and error to get this right. Because the other thing we need to do, and something that we don't have direct control over with this approach, is scrolling the scroll bar. So one of the things we had on the roadmap was add the ability to scroll up and down on the preferences and on graphics options and such. But of course, all we're doing in reality is just moving a highlighter up and down separately from the actual page itself. So the page doesn't know that you've moved the highlighter. So if we're moving it down to what would be off screen, then we're going to have to manually scroll it in the background whilst also lining up the highlighter. So that's going to be fun. I'm wondering whether or not we hold the highlighter anchored in the middle and then move this in the background behind it. Might be the way to go about it, but I don't think we can scroll it off screen. Where's the current scroll amount? here somewhere. Sure, you used to be able to set the scroll amount like on here. Perhaps I'm thinking of a scroll bar the opposite way, like a counter or something. So that then begs the question, can we do it from here? I suppose not if it's not a variable, we can't. Okay, so we've got overscroll as an option. Right, okay, so we can probably set it from there then. Because we might have to do some complicated jiggery pokery to get things to line up properly. Does it even mention overscroll on here? Oh, it does. Yeah, okay. Just going to have to suck it and see, aren't we? So the size of this, so if we do 805 by 40, then when it comes to these, we will do all of them the same size, 805 by 40, and then we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions there. And then 7, 8, 9 along there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then obviously each of these need to be one of them. Although I suppose we can just type it in manually, just for the sake of it. All of them, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least the first 6 are all going to be the same distance away from the left. And they're all going to have different vertical offsets. So we've got 3, 5, 8 for that one. Alright, neglecting chat for a bit. Yeah, so motion blur is because it's a better physical representation of how your eyeball works. Like if you like do that with your hand in front of your eyes, like it blurs. You don't have a static image. You have a trail behind it. And if you look at a car driving past really quickly, there's a blur there. And if you have an object that's moving quickly in the world and it's not blurred visually, then that's a non-realistic rendering of that object because things naturally blur. So that's what motion blur is for. It's to capture the reality of how light works and how your eyes process things. I think where people hate motion blur is when it's excessive in a game. Like if you whip the camera around, the image should blur because you're moving that quickly. Like if you shake your head from side to side really quickly, it's blurry, or at least it is for me. So it's natural for the image to be blurred. I guess it's really to the extent of how it's handled. Obviously, you can set controls over like what vector value of movement triggers the blur. And if that's set too low, then everything blurs all the time when you move it around. And then it's blurring too much at that point. It's non-realistic. So I think there's definitely a place for realistic blurring. Like if you whip the camera around, that should blur. I don't know. Fight me on it, I guess. But yeah, most people hate it. And I don't know why they hate it, but they hate it. Yes, Scorpio. I think it's together enough that I can put a build out. Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Jason. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's subjective. I mean, most people still have 60 hertz monitors, so yeah. But, ultimately, just as same with chromatic aberration, we have the option to turn it off. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as the option's there to turn it off, then there's no reason not to have it there. And like with motion blur, we leave it off by default because we're going with the majority on that one. Most people don't like it, so we leave it off by default. And I think that's a happy compromise. Yeah, I think where I'm fine with motion blur is that if I'm whipping the camera around really quickly, then I expect it to be blurry. Like, I don't expect a really crisp image if I do a quick 180 and whip the camera around. In fact, I find it looks smoother to do that, even if you're running at 60 FPS. Having a bit of motion blur when you whip the camera around just feels smoother to me, and just looks nicer. I don't know. I guess it's just a preferences thing, isn't it? But if I'm just doing stuff in the game world normally, picking things up, moving stuff around, I wouldn't expect there to be any motion blur with those things, with those actions, because nothing's happening quickly enough to warrant there being a blur. Like, if a car or a rocket was to suddenly fly past really quickly, then I'd expect that to have a blur, but nothing moving normally. I'm going to leave those 3 for a minute, and then we will give that a test. We don't need that. Already be working. Yeah, that should already be working, so let's try it. So tab, 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 tab. Uppy, downy not working. Up and down not working. Tab is working. Keyboard tab. Interesting. Right, okay, so that requires... I'm going to have to make sure that I update the focus on this, because it's not automatically picking up keyboard focus. Let's add some debugs to that, because I just want to make sure this is actually doing something. Ooh, actually, are we not doing it on here? Because that's probably what the issue is. Yeah, we're not. So we're going to have to make a custom version of this macro, because we've also got left and right controls in addition to up and down when navigating the menu, which is going to be a little bit troublesome, I predict. Yeah, we're going to have to do this for all of these. So that's going to be from 1, let's just say, to 6 for now, because we're only doing the top six options. Can't talk. And then that's going to be, yeah, so that one increments, that one doesn't because it's up. Okay, it's doing it up there. That's where we want it. It's interesting though. I wonder why coordinates are offset. And why does it not work with the secondary inputs? Oh, these ones don't either. That's interesting. So primary input's the thumbstick. Secondary input's the D-pad, which is no longer working. Primary input's W and S. Secondary is the arrows, which are not working. What's happening there? D-pad's there. Let's get rid of that shift modifier because I don't want anything muddying the waters. Right, so arrow works, W and S work, D-pad works. There we go. That's interesting. That must have been that shift modifier that was breaking the secondary options. It's weird. Okay. Right, so why are they in the wrong place? Maybe that anchor was in the wrong place. So 275, 175. Nope. Actually, let's just check the alignment on this one. Are we... Yeah, we are aligned to the middle of the screen. Odd. Let's make sure that we hide this the moment we do the construct. So let's stick it here, I guess. Actually, also when we change pages, we're doing it there, are we? Yeah, we are. Yeah, I was going to say we need to make sure we hide that when we change tabs as well. Hey Tim, good to have you. Okay, so horizontally we are actually aligned where we want to be. vertically. Why, oh why? So we're setting it to -275. We're doing slot as canvas slot. It should be canvas slot. Yep. -275. Right, yeah, that's horizontal. And then -175. -175. What if we align it to the top instead? So our anchor's up there. Let's just give that a try a minute. I'll just do that one, see whether or not it aligns. Well, it is, but shouldn't be visible. Okay, but that is aligning, so this must be an offset problem. I don't know why the other one's happy being centered, but the other one isn't, but matters not. Just means we need to align it against the top of the screen instead. I'll just do this roughly for now. I can line it up precisely later. Okay, that's good then. So go backwards and forwards through the tabs, up and down through the preferences. And it's hiding when we don't want it. It starts from the top or the bottom, depending on which way you go, so that's good. So I suppose if it's a toggle, then I think we will support left or right or A. So if you just press A, it will just flip the toggle because it is only just a binary option. And then obviously left or right will work anyway. And then for something like language, where there'll be more than one option, then we won't have A working on it. But that's fine because we know which menu option we're on, so we can customize those on a per option basis. Right, so I suppose the next thing is to actually handle these button inputs now. Getting somewhere. Though I noticed that it still wasn't hiding the highlighter when you first go in. Too many tabs. Ugh, this is this lot. This is the fun bit now. So basically every single one of these options needs an additional, like we did here with this example. So let's rename that to preferences, because that's what it is now. Thank you, Firster, and congratulations, Delta. Gotta love the Clear Chocolate Fund. I'm gonna run out of room with all these. So we want controller, gameplay, player names. To be honest, that one's just again a toggle. So we'll just fire the same event. Can you keep going right? Oh no, because we're disabling the button. Right. Okay, we're going to have to do some additional logic here, because on the UI, disabling the button kind of takes care of it for you, so you don't need to worry about having an upper or lower limit on anything. But if we're pressing this arbitrarily, then we're losing the functionality of having it disabled. So we have to disable it in code rather than in fact. Which means we're going to have variable inputs on here. So we'll have to do this with all of the Boolean ones. So if we do controller plus controller minus, although do this for now, but I can combine these because, again, we do actually have two separate inputs. So if I make that one plus and then just create another -1, then we can flip those accordingly. Then we have enter as well. Okay, so I think we'd pipe enter into the toggle and then treat these separately. It's probably the cleanest way of doing it, because every time you press enter, it's going to be flipping the value anyway, because it's literally just an on or off Boolean and we flip from one to the other. So we'll handle those. The rest of it's just running with the value. So, okay. So we want to set that. Actually, I might not need to. Oh no, I do. I do. Right, yeah. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. So if that does not equal turning it on, so if it's not on, then we're turning it on. Just need to make sure we get the logic right on this. So if it's not on already, we'll turn it on. And then if it's I'm going to be turning it off, but only if it's already off. Although, do we even need to bother with this? Because again, because it's a Boolean thing, so plus is always going to be on, minus is always going to be off. Yeah, and then we just go through. Okay, so that would be plus, which goes into there. Sorry, once I've got this one working, I know what to do with the rest of them. Right, so handling plus and minus separately. And apart from these ones, which are a toggle, but then we also need the toggle. I am really going to run out of room. I'll move all this about probably collapse the graphs as well, actually. Oh, actually, no, we won't bother making a separate event for a toggle because we can just use that one because it's already going into the toggle. So. In fact, we shall rename it accordingly. Oh no, we can't use those, can we? Because they're events. They're actual triggers. So no, we do need a toggle. Curses. A lot of ways of doing the same thing. Hey, binary. Right. So we've got our toggle when you press A, we've got the plus and minus when we go left and right. So let's just make sure we're handling that on here. Yeah, so these ones need to be handled as an action. So that's controller left, so controller left, preferences, left. Where this is going to get slightly complicated is when we've scrolled down to the bottom buttons, left and right take on a different meaning. But we will perhaps deal with that problem when we get to it. Right, so there's left and right. Enter, we're handling already, so that's fine. Right, then on the UI then, so input actions on preferences. Right, so enter. Enter on number 1 would be the toggle action we set up. So it's player names toggle. And obviously the other actions for the other ones. We also need left and right. So then left and right are also going to need their own switches because again we need to know what option we currently have highlighted and therefore what action we need to take. So that one is player names toggle. Left would be player names minus. And then right would be player names plus. And then we essentially do the same thing for each of the options on the menu. So code out to settings, So messed up the order, but yeah. So pressing A is toggling. Pressing left is turning it off. Pressing right is turning it on. And I can keep pressing right and nothing happens. Press left, keep pressing left, nothing happens. Up and down, still goes up and down. And then hammering A just toggles it. Okay, that feels good. Just need to make sure it's lined up to the right option now. So for some reason I haven't lined it all up properly on here. So for some reason we've got player names at the top. Which one did we have at the top? Language. Oh, we don't even have language as an option on there, so we'll skip that one. So 2 would be head bob, 3 would be name tags. So yeah, so head bob basically is in the wrong place. That's why I got confused. So this one, let's put the numbers in them actually, because that would make life easier, wouldn't it? So 1. So head bob is 2, name tags is 3. 3 name tags. 2 is head bob. So NPC name tags would be 4. Background stars is 3 and 4. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. Yeah. Right, and then 1 is language, which we don't have on there, which means all this lot need to be 3, not 1. Let's give that a quick whirl. So settings, down to name tags on players. There we go. So pressing A does the toggle, left, 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 right, 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 toggle, toggle, toggle. Then we can do left, 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 right, right, right on the keyboard. Toggle with enter. And then with AWSD, we can go AAA, DDD, and of course enter. So it works with the keyboard or the controller equally. Perfect. So I only have to now redo all of that like a bazillion times. How are we doing time-wise? 2 hours. Okay, so let us stick a pin in that for now, because we know all that's working. And it is working well. So let's have a think about adding some options to the graphic. So 0, 1, 2. So we want the widget switcher to be on page 2. Right, so I suppose to begin with, we'll get rid of the border, get rid of that divider. Don't need those. Background we've already got. So we'll take those 2 borders from there. them on there. Make sure they're in the right place. That's 45, 15. Don't know why it never copies the location. 940 by 15. Right, so we've got the actual preferences page, the description, and then we need a scroll box, and we'll just call this one preferences. We need that. Let's copy that actually, stick that on here as well. We'll do that in a sec as well, actually, get the description working. Yeah, I'm not allowed to look at 5.7. I saw that it was on the launcher and was like, ooh, 5.7. And they're doing some really cool stuff with nanite foliage and more improvements to megalights, both of which I'm very interested in, along with a procedural foliage tool, which is nice. That's going to play very nicely into our needs for planetary surfaces, because if Unreal Engine has native tools for creating procedural plants, as in we just chuck alien leaves at it and it makes a plant for us, then that's going to be amazing, because we can then start building procedural foliage libraries to make every planetary surface have unique foliage, which is very exciting. I'll have a look, Miner, and see how that works. It might require that common UI thing. If it does, we're kind of scuppered with it. Well, if we're adding HOTAS support, we may as well add steering wheels. Although, from what I've seen of Windows raw input, you need to have the raw input per device. So it means for every HOTAS we add, we actually need that HOTAS to test it on, because we don't know which raw input channel it's using. So each one might be different. But again, until we start actually doing it, we won't know for sure. Right, so we need to add all of this stuff to the grid panel, which means all of these vertical boxes can lose their spacers, because we don't want the spacers. All these can be minimized. Right. So we grab all of that. Let's minimize those a minute. Stick them on the grid panel. And then all of them are columns 0. But then for each one, we need to add a row number. So row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So we can now get rid of that one. Now for the next bunch. Stick them on there as well. Now this slot are going to be on column 2, yeah. And then similarly, we want to go 1, 2, 3, and so on. Sadly, I don't think there's any way of doing that automatically. Okay, let me grab those ones. Right, and then the right thing. Move it up onto that one. Right, then you are column 2. Should be column 1. Yep. And you are all column 2. Oops, I didn't mean row. Yeah, column 1. There we go. You're all column 2. This is why I don't like UI work. It's so fiddly. Last one. And you are column 3. Right, there we go. So now we don't need that. They can all go away. Then we have a single grid panel that has all of our gubbins on it. And then we can start adding size boxes to these to change the grid size, otherwise it will just scrunch it all up. Oh yeah, we need to wrap that. I did put this in a vertical box actually, but I don't think I'm going to need that anymore. So we can just go with the scroll box, but we need to wrap that one in a scroll box. Right, and then 65 by 65. And then 840 by 530. Okay, fills that gap. Right, and then basically we only need to do this for the first row, but we'll put a size box around each of these elements just to give them some scale. So we wrap that one in a size box. And I shall remind myself how big that was. 450. So we just stick 450 on there, and then all of them will be the same width. Make sure this is properly aligned. Yeah. And then basically each of the first items need to be wrapped with a size box. So the next one was 50. That one also would be 50. And the middle one is 200. So that would be, yeah. So wrap that one with a size box. Great. That just spaces it all out nicer and makes it a bit nicer to look at. So then we need to do the same on this one, basically, that we did on preferences, where we align the highlight and then start adding the functionality for when you actually click on them. Not sure why those are the way they are. Let's pop them in the middle. Okay. Yeah, so when it comes to creating some categories, I think we can do that with the size box, because not with the size box, rather with the grid panel, because we have the ability to do column span, which means we can just span across all four to centralize the text. So if we were to do because it would be helpful to move these underneath their relevant options in a minute, but for now, if we just add some text, we need to add some spacers on there as well. Just thinking about how to do this. So it's going to scroll, and it's obviously scrolling within this space. Yeah, okay. Annoyingly, we had to nudge everything down by one actually to fit that in. Well, can't be helped. Do column span 4. Stick it in the middle, so that works. So this would be engine settings, I suppose. So if we do engine settings, we're at 0. That means U, and U. become row 1. You, and you become row 2. This is probably the slightly easier way of doing it. Yeah, something like that. And then where we want a gap, we'll just put a spacer in for now, which would do it. Oh yeah, I forgot you could go up and down using that. That makes it even easier. Not all at once, it would seem, otherwise it tries to be helpful. Sigh. Okay. Actually, I can, if I add just a random bit of text off the end there, then I can cheat the system a bit. We shall call that bleh. And then we shall move that to stick it on column 5 where there isn't anything. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick it on row 11. 12, 15, 20. See whether that allows us to then move these one at a time, apparently. Alright, no, that didn't work. Oh, unreal. I suppose I need to get the layout done, because obviously we need to apply a number to each one of these rows, which we can't really do until we've got the rows themselves kind of organized. So if we just move all these down. Get that out of our way. kind of worked. Probably would have been quicker at this point just to have typed it in manually, but never mind. Right, and then we put in a... Actually, no, we don't need a spacer, do we? Because I can just add padding above that one. Yeah, something like that. Maybe not that much. Sure they're actually the right ones lined up with the right things. Okay, so I guess one of the questions is, like, what do we class as an engine feature and what do we class as an effect? So I think things like reflections quality is really an engine feature. Whereas that's more of an effect. So move that down there. Ambient occlusion method is engine feature. Reflections quality is an engine feature. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Okay. Getting somewhere. good on those ones. So render scales there. Quality, shadow resolution, reflections quality goes there. Aliasing goes there. Here goes there. Okay. Should be as all lined up. Maybe we'll change that one to rendering. Rendering. So right now we don't actually have enough to warrant scrolling. But as we add more things on there, we definitely will. So, because I might strip out shadow resolution because it's no longer relevant. Shadow quality is... Reflections quality is still relevant. I need to add FXAA and none as options on anti-aliasing. So at the moment we've just got temporal or TSR. So we'll add 0, basically no anti-aliasing at all, and FXAA, which is not as good but doesn't produce After Effects. Yeah, that can stay as is. So maybe we'll do separate options for things like lighting, maybe. I'll have a think about that. Right, before we do that, let's just go back to here. I can find the right widget switcher. There we are, that one. Welcome back, Max. Let's do some text updates. So where's our text block? Okay, so for each one of these that we select, we want to update the description here. Now the challenge with this is, how do we do that with the mouse? So ideally we want it to be on a hover. Can we on hover some text? No. Unless... See, that one's exposed. Let's have a look at that one a minute. Can we put anything on hover? No, we can only check if it is hovered. That would require a looping function. See, we could add a transparent button. Maybe we can do it on these buttons. We might be stuck with just having to use the buttons for now. The only other way of doing it is literally just to have a UI element over each one that we use for just capturing hover. Oh, suck it and see. So if we're using the mouse, if we're using the mouse, then we're not capturing current menu item or anything like that. So I think we'll fire. Maybe we'll set it manually. So we need a function. Yeah, let's do this as a function. Actually, no, a macro should do it, shouldn't it? Generate a description. Yeah, I think clicking the buttons should be sufficient, but we shall see. Right, so the inputs we need. So we need what page we're on. So enum menu pages. Now either we're driving that automatically, or we'll specify it manually. Though we should know what page we're on. We'll see, we'll leave it there for now. So that's current page. And then we want menu item, which would be integer. So yeah, so first of all, we need to switch on what page we're on. We also need an execution pin. Execute. And then we'll also do a, I guess we'll do a select on integer. And then we will take our text block, which is a variable. We'll do that description, preferences, drag that in there. We will set the text. Right, so preferences, work that in there. And then for each one of these, we'll need to basically write a bit of text. So what's option 0? Language. Specify the language used in menus and on UI screens throughout the game. We'll make these really simple descriptions for now. Head bob. Enable or disable head bobbing when navigating the world with your character. Head bobbing can cause nausea in. It's not how you spell nausea, is it? Nausea in some gamers, players. Name tags. Enable or disable floating name tags above other players in multiplayer. And then disable floating name tags above NPCs and other non-player characters in the game. Show or hide the static skybox behind the live galaxy starfield to add some additional visual depth. Enable or disable on screen tips, which provide some helpful hints for new players. Right, that's really simple, but let's see whether that works. So on here, as we do our nav update, I guess as we navigate, we want to start firing off that macro. Yeah, so that current page should always be accurate anyway, and then we'll just pop that in there. To be honest, let's pop that over there so it's not in the way so much. Need to make sure to pipe each one of those into there, otherwise I will just do that actually, otherwise we'll hit some dead ends. So we can skip if need be. Oh, that went well. Look, I didn't install it. I was good. Yeah, so as I understand it, the engine is running essentially an emulator in the background, and it translates blueprints to the native C++ via that emulator. And that's why blueprints are slower than native C++, because obviously it has to go through that emulation process. And what blueprints actually are is basically a visual representation of the underlying C++. So each blueprint node is a C++ function that has been exposed to blueprints. How have I hooked that up on it? Now, was that a random crash or was that a consistent problem? Okay, it's not moving. Oh, no, it is. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, we're not getting... that's really weird, actually. The same problem as before. The thumbstick was working, but the D-pad wasn't. But okay, there we go. So that's generating the description. Obviously, we need to enable word wrap on that. We'll just do real quick. Funnily enough, not really. So you used to be able to nativize blueprints, and Epic removed that ability because it never really worked very well. So you could convert the blueprints to native C++ by going through nativization, and it would do that during package. So it would go through each blueprint, nativize it, and convert it to underlying C++. But it never quite worked as expected, and you get bugs with nativized blueprints that weren't there on the unnativized versions. It was all a bit messy. So no, as far as I'm aware, blueprints are literally just handled with an emulation layer within the engine. So they're always going to be slower than C++ because obviously it has to go through that emulation first. For any non-real-time applications, they're fine. Just you can't do heavy tick actions on blueprints because every time you tick the blueprint, obviously it has to go through the emulation and all the rest of it. So yeah, never run tick on blueprints if you can avoid it, which we don't. We don't do anything on blueprints which essentially isn't event-driven. Anything that's tick heavy is definitely going to be a C++ function. Right, so that is all wrapping nicely. Even though the options are wrong. So yeah, if you can do C++, then do C++. But blueprints are much quicker for prototyping because you're basically working with flowcharts and it's much easier to see logic. And then once you've got it working the way you want it to work, then start migrating it to C++. Blueprints are incredible for prototyping. They're so quick, so easy. I think we're one option off here, so hang on. Of course, yeah, so these all need moving up because we're not using 0 as a value. We're using 0 as our nothing is selected value, so we can't really use that as element ID. Right, I notice the highlighter is still visible when starting on that page, so let's see if we can get rid. So event construct, let's do then let's do uninitialized. Let's hide them there. Nope, still there. Weird. Right, language, head bob, name tags, NPC name tags, static background stars, and hints and tips. Not that there are any hints and tips yet, but the option's there for them. Okay, so that's working. And I think the only, which one did we do? Yeah, that one. So that's the only one that's actually configurable with the controller at the moment, but does work. And that, of course, still works, which is nice. And yeah, we just need to make sure that when we press down from there, it comes down to this row, in which case left and right then should move you backwards and forwards. Maybe. Yeah, I guess there's no reason why not. And then we'll have up. So regardless of which of these you're on, up will always go to the bottom, but down will always go to save, I suppose. So go up, up, and up. Down goes to save, and then left and right will just go through all three of them. That should work rather nicely. Okay, got about an hour left, so let's get those lumen options in. This is going to require shenanigans. Right, well, that didn't work, did it? So let's try and sort this out somewhere else. Oh, you know what? The reason it's not hiding is because I'm not telling it to. Ugh. That's me being stupid. Okay. So the process of adding new save options is unwieldy and horrible, because we have a struct that contains all the different variables. So it means we have to edit the struct, which is not nice because you can't just edit and save a struct because it will then break everything else. So I need to add the options to the struct, save the struct, quit the engine without saving anything, reload the engine, and that stops everything bugging. And then we need to create a macro for handling each one. Although these days they don't need to be macros, they can just be a collapsed graph. I don't know why I made them macros back then. There's chunking great lists of macros that aren't actually needed because we can just collapse graphs there. But I digress. Yeah, so we're going to have to expand this. So I think because this is going to get huge, I think we'll just collapse all of these. So these can just be collapsed to tiny little nodes, which will save a lot of space. Didn't even look at which one it was. Oh yeah, resolution scale. Oh, something I'm going to do with resolution scale is I'm going to remove the cap on a positive resolution scales. So right now it's 0 to 100, but it can actually go 0 to 200. So you can double the resolution scale rather than halving it. And you can use that kind of as, I don't know, like bodged anti-aliasing. So if you went for something like FXAA and set a 200% render scale, yes, you're rendering the game 200% of its native size, but obviously it then has to downscale that to your screen resolution, which has the effect of doing anti-aliasing. So yeah, I think that will help in some situations because we've got like the values there that we pop through. Might be worth making that a slider. It should be easy enough to navigate a slider with the keyboard anyway, because we're just adding and subtracting to the slider value. Yes. Because all we're doing is just we're setting the screen percentage like that. And we can absolutely set it all the way above 100. And then we can build... God. I look at things that I've done in the past and I think, why did I do that? I could have literally just done a pend like that, and then done that like that, and then just like done that, and then like boom, there's your 20%, and I could have done that without all this hassle. You live and learn, don't you? Yeah, so all of this, we can just expand that now as such. Yeah, because when we do update settings, that just fires the update, which just goes through here and yeah, just applies the values and everything. And those are the buttons that actually change the values. Thus removing the need for a macro. So on the, I will at some point go through and convert all of these into tiny little nodes like this, which will remove the need for having all of this junk on here. For the new ones, I'll do this. Right, so if we're going to enable and disable shadows on in-game objects, do I add that to the shadow detail slider, or do we have it separately? I guess we need to leave megalights on regardless, because megalights just comes with a natural improvement in cost. So we don't need to toggle megalights as such, because we can't have all the shadows turned on the ship lighting without also turning on megalights. So one can't work without the other. But there are certain things you can do with megalights, like set the resolution scale on them, which makes shadows look rubbish, but makes megalights run slightly less GPU load. So we need to kind of... There are various switches that need to be toggled depending on what option you're picking, and it's not just a straight binary choice. There's like one thing affects the other thing. So we just need to make sure that we take all of those effect chains into account when we're switching things on and off. So I think from a UI perspective, and let's just pop ourselves onto the correct page. I guess we'd call it something like shadowed ship lighting, maybe. Duplicate that one. I'm also tempted, for sanity's sake, to have multiple grid panels here for each section that we're doing, and then apply all of those in a vertical box, if I'm going to do that. I convinced myself to do it whilst speaking. Where'd it go? So we'll have a vertical box, and then we'll put the grid panel within the vertical box. Everything else should remain as is. It should still scroll if we go off screen. That way we can separate effects from rendering and so on. So we need a separate grid. So that would be grid panel rendering, and then grid panel effects. Yeah, definitely. Right, and then we need to annoyingly move these, so put that on there. So this time that would be same column span, but row 0. Then we want image sharpening, volumetric fog, motion blur, chromatic aberration, and bloom. We're going to move those down to there. Okay. Stick that one first, maybe. Oh, that answers the scroll question, so it's definitely scrolling. So yay for that. I think actually for each of these we'll take... Yeah, we'll wrap each of these with their own little buttons so that we're not losing them. So sharpening minus would go after that. So image sharpening minus button text and then plus button. Okay, then volumetric fog would be minus button text button and plus button. Oh, no. Motion blur minus motion blur text, motion blur plus. Right, at least it keeps them like all grouped now into their own individual bits. Chromatic aberration minus. In a slightly different order, otherwise it tries to drop it down to the next level. There we go. Right, so they're all where they need to be. Given that it seems to automatically collapse blank rows, I am actually wondering whether it's worth... Like, if they... Let's go to the top one, just so I'm not doing it halfway down. Right, so they're row 8. So if we make that row 0... Sorry, no, row 1, because effects is row 0. In fact, let's make it row 10. Then we made a volumetric fog row 20. Oh, that will work. So if we can do gaps of 10 between each row, that gives us room to insert things without having to move everything around. Commodore 64 coding there. Always leave gaps between the lines so that you can insert stuff. So which one do we want first? So if we do, I think I will actually make volumetric fog first. Then we'll do, I guess, bloom quality next. Motion blur. So volumetric fog, bloom, motion blur. Then we do chromatic aberration. finally, image sharpening. That kind of helps reduce the blur from chromatic aberration, so they do work together a little bit. So that is 10, that is 30, that is 40, that is 20. Yeah, it works. Right, and then we need, as before, we need to just wrap these with size boxes. So fortunately they're all grouped together now. So which one was first? Volumetric fog. If I move that up to the top, and we'll wrap each one with size box. So that one and that one, we know were 50. I believe that one was 200, if I recall. And I think that one was 450, if I recall. And I think that's... needs to be centered. There we go. Not sure why that box is down there. Doesn't have any padding, so it shouldn't do. I mean, it looks like it's further down, but perhaps it isn't, because they all kind of are. They should all be middled. That's weird. Perhaps they should be aligned upwards then. Right, so now that we've done this, we can now control these separately, which just makes life a little bit easier. Yeah, sorry. What did I miss? If you tag me, or rather you tag at Starship Simulator, then I'm more likely to look at it. What did I miss? Tag me with whatever it was because I can't see it. So I'm now debating whether or not shadows within the ship for like ceiling lights and things comes under an effect or a rendering feature. It's very true, Delta. Very true. So when we do the helm, like we properly do the helm, the autopilot and such will have set speed values. So you'll be able to hold at a certain speed. So if you're having the autopilot do an approach, you can have them approach with a certain speed cap if you want to. Similarly, on the FTL UI, and this is a difficult one because it's not as simple as a set speed, because it's whatever speed the ship is moving at multiplied by the field strength. So like if you're moving at 100 kilometers per second, that can be a whole range of different FTL speeds depending on how much energy you're putting into the FTL field. Similarly, 100% energy into the FTL field might not necessarily result in much speed if the ship isn't already moving. So it's a really difficult balancing act. But yeah, when we do the UI properly for the helm, we'll add all of those controls on there and all of that output so you can see what affects what and such. Yeah, because I want to be able to do things like set the ship at exactly the speed of light so that you can appreciate like flying away from Earth at the speed of light. You get to realize just how slow the speed of light is. When you see Earth slowly moving away into the distance, it's like, yeah, the speed of light is ridiculously slow. But it's yeah, it's fascinating. So things like that, you know, if you want to set a certain speed, then yeah, you should be able to. What if we call that graphical effects? Why did that make that wider? Interesting. Well, that's weird. Ooh, but we don't need to have that on there anymore, do we? Because we're using a vertical box, so we can just move that outside of the grid. Same with this one. Not that one. Where is it? That one. Yeah, so it will automatically center itself because we're doing it outside of there, so it means that that can then be like any size we want, and it's not going to affect the size of the grid panel. So, huzzah! Whether that's the right wording for it. I can hear Claire in the back of my head going, "Don't worry about it for now," because that's how she talks. Yeah, 100% FTL is 2.6 million times the speed of light, which is mental. Right, so this is going to be internal lighting shadows, or ship lighting shadows. So that's going to be one option. And we also need global illumination, because you've got three options there really. None, screen space global illumination, and lumen rather. Again, so if we turn lumen on, we need to delete our fake ceiling lights, and turning ship lighting shadows on or off can be a separate toggle. That's not required for lumen, although so I'm just thinking, because without mega lights, we can use SSAO. So SSAO for ambient occlusion does not work with mega lights, which makes the scene look really, really flat. I guess because Megalights expects shadows to be enabled. So we could potentially turn off Megalights if we're not using ship lighting shadows, which means you get that nice deep ambient occlusion at a slightly increased cost of unshadowed lighting. I'll have to see the difference between the two. Maybe we can add a toggle for it. I'm going to add a toggle for it. What's the best way? What's the best order to do this in, I wonder? Seems kind of weird to have a graphics option which is like mega lights. But they are what they are. Yeah, the 300 light years an hour figure is because I wanted the next star system on average to be 1 minute away. So I was looking at the gameplay options and looking at like from a gameplay perspective, how long do we want the next piece of entertainment away to be? So if the average distance between stars in the Milky Way is about 4 light years, then if we make 4 light years take 1 minute, then the next star system, the next place you're going to explore, is always ever about 1 minute away, which is not an excessive amount of time. So that's why we came upon 300 light years an hour. That's what that figure represents. It is 1 minute for 4 light years. It's actually a bit less. It's like 57 seconds or something, but they're near enough. 1 minute between stars on average. The alien ships will have different forms of FTL technology, and yes, you will be able to retrofit your ship with those different forms of FTL technology. So, off the top of my head, hyperspace, absolutely. That's probably going to be the first one we do. So we'll have the ship transition physically into hyperspace, and that'll be like Babylon 5, basically, their version of hyperspace, where it's an entirely different dimension that you're flying through. And then in the same way that like the Nether works in Minecraft, every certain unit of distance traveled in hyperspace is like exponentially more than that in normal space. So if you travel, say, 1 light year in hyperspace, then you will have traveled 10 light years in normal space, something like that. So that should be really easy to implement, because it's just a case of transitioning the ship to what is essentially like a fluidic type space. So it will look like an ever-growing nebula that you're flying through, not dissimilar to the Babylon 5 one. We'll make it really pretty and other dimensionally looking, make it look really cool. And we'll have things lurking in hyperspace for sure. We might do something that's more like hyperspace tunneling. So I guess that's the more Star Wars way of doing it. So, or Star Wars or Stargate, where you just get that like vortex tunnel that you fly down. So that's probably maybe the lower tech version of hyperspace. So like it goes like Alcubierre drive, and then like hyperspace tunneling, and then hyperspace proper, and then things like interdimensional travel, where you kind of phase from one location to another in the galaxy. That's probably like the highest tech. And then we'll have like artificial wormholes as well. So we'll have jump gates, essentially. Obviously, you can't retrofit your ship with jump gates, but you'll be able to use alien jump gate networks. So we'll have some alien cultures that will have built jump gates everywhere, and then you'll be able to use those jump gates with your ship within their region of space, obviously, wherever they've built them. So it's going to be nice, because it's like as you're traveling through the galaxy, you might come across a jump gate network that could have been long abandoned or something, and then start exploring it to see where it goes. You could end up finding their homeworld simply by following their jump gates. And if we do all that procedurally, you never know what you're going to come across. Which is one of the beauties of procedural generation. I like that I don't know what's out there. That's kind of like one of my favourite things. Right, so this is ship lighting minus. That would be ship lighting plus. And then we've we've got GI minus, GI plus, and then megalites minus megalites plus. I might end up removing the megalites option because I'm not sure that it's going to have that high of an impact on gameplay or on performance. But I want to put it there for now, just for testing purposes, just so we can do some side-by-side testing with various different combinations of stuff. Like right now, we've got the potato build, the lumen build, which is like the full bells and whistles build, and then the standard build. So what we're doing with this is we're merging all of those builds together into a single graphics options where you can then do something that's sort of proprietary. So that would be ship lighting. Then GI. Then megalites. It's an on or off. That would be lumen. That would be on or off. Yeah, and the fact that that won't work if megalites are on, I think we're just going to have to, I don't know, just have to ignore the fact that it stops working. Maybe we'll mention it in the description that if megalites are on, SSAO will cease to function. Right, and then for each of these we need, what are we using? Compressed, yeah. So on pressed. That's the other thing we have to do, because there are various settings that you can change for lumen. So we need to have maybe some context aware options that appear and disappear depending on which settings enabled. So I suppose we can expand and collapse those, because if we're, oh, that's not a bad shout actually. Because if this works like I think it works, and if you're leaving a lot of gaps between rows, then we could have a bunch of rows with extra options on them that are only relevant to, say, lumen. And then if we collapse those elements, then it should collapse this and not leave a gap. So then when you turn lumen on, it expands it. But then how would that work with the highlighter? Huh. Perhaps we'll just grey them out instead. Yeah, I think we'll grey them out, because otherwise the highlighter won't know that you've collapsed the UI. It's always added complication. I'll see you, Binary. Have a good one. Yeah, yeah, Weisbrot, I'll just grey it out, it'll be easier. How are we doing time-wise? I might be able to squeeze in an option. Let's see. So we need to grab all of them. Move all of them up there. So ship lighting plus and minus, GI plus and minus, megalights plus and minus. Okay. I won't worry about controllers for now. I'll just do it with the mouse. Right, so we need to set the options. So let's save everything, because it's time to edit the thing I don't want to touch, which is the save struct. Wherever I hit it. Yeah, there it is. No, that's not it. That's the actual save. We don't want that one. Oh, player settings. That's what it is. There we go. That's the one. Enjoy the ride, Ginger. Yeah, it looks good. Right, so here is all the different saved variables for the settings. So we need to add the 3 we've just made to here. Yeah, and then determine a type for them. So we've got that would be graphics. Try and get the order right. What if I do one here? Alright, so ship lighting on or off. GI is an integer and megalights, right? So ship lighting. Graphics. Just go ship lighting. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. Yeah, and anything which is popping up or popping to the side or anything else does add complication with the way we're handling controller support. So graying out the options is the easiest way of doing it. Perhaps the most copping out way of doing it, but it is easier. Given that we're keen to get this build out as soon as possible, I think we'll go with the graying out option for now. Megalights, which is going to be a Boolean. Right, and then we'll set set the defaults to these. So we want ship lighting to be no shadows, GI to be no GI, mega lights. I'll leave them off as default for now. Don't think there's any other things we needed to change. Set that as the default as it's the most common one. Oh, and I'm going to have VSync on as default. We get a lot of people complaining about like GPU fans going crazy, and that's because the game by default has VSync turned off and frame rate uncapped. So of course, in the moment you start the game, the GPU is just going like full tilt to try and render the game as quickly as it can. So we can save a lot of that hassle by having VSync on by default. And I guess we don't necessarily need to limit the FPS in that case because it's going to be limited to the refresh rate anyway. Potentially Spectrum, yeah. Right, so in order to prevent Unreal from butchering every single blueprint that uses this struct, we will save said struct. And if we look at the reference viewer, oh, that's not too bad actually. Some of them are a lot worse than this, but basically all of these now need to be compiled and saved. Otherwise, they will lose their references to that struct. It is really quite annoying, but I think as we're as it's just a few of them, I will just compile and save. Save having to restart the engine. It's been a bug for a long time, that one. And I haven't tested to see whether it's fixed in 5.6. Mostly because I've not been brave enough to. Because I know that it breaks stuff. So by compiling and saving, we're just basically making sure that we're not losing our references to that struct. Okay, we should be good to go with that. Right. And then, because there's a few places around the game where all of this stuff is referenced. So save settings, for example. So we now need variables set up on here for that. So I guess we'll just promote those to a variable. Don't think these are local variables, are they? No. Variable. So that would be settings, graphics, ship lighting. Variable. Settings, graphics, GI. settings. Right, so that's the save. And we also need to do loading. So obviously we're loading it per section. So under the graphics one, we need those that we just created. So set, and set. Again, I need to collapse these graphs so that they're not all together like this, because this isn't particularly expandable. As you see, when you add new options, all of a sudden everything's all overlapping. But if I collapse these into separate graphs, then that solves that problem. And then we kind of have to hide the ones we don't want. Like the whole system, I mean, it works and it does the job, but it's so bitty and clunky. And then, you know, every time you add additional graphics options, for example, you kind of have to cater for that, like literally everywhere. For example, the player controller. Not player controller, sorry, game state. Pretty sure we were doing some loading and saving there, so are we just saving the struct, or are we doing that separately? No, it's separate. That's fine. We don't need to do that one. We can ignore that. But yeah, in places like the player controller, it will then be loading that file in and reading those particular struct entries. Thank you, Festus. So we've got the options on the menu. So the last piece of the puzzle. So we've got the variables, we're loading and saving them here, so we know that we've definitely got those connected up. We've added them to the struct, which is why they're here. So the next thing we need to do is actually process the button inputs there. We'll take a Boolean one. Guess that one. Actually, no, let's copy that one. Interesting that it's allowed me to keep those buttons on there. Surely having that twice would be a problem. Interesting. Right, then we'll pop those on there. Could have done with the Boolean one really, but never mind. Right, this was ship lighting, wasn't it? Yeah, so ship lighting. So which one did I do that was a toggle? No, was it one of the, it was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the one. Right, if I copy that and I pop that in there, and then I just delete everything else, and then I explodey that, right, that's more like it. So ship lighting plus and minus, and then we just basically replace those references. So we have update and toggle, which I suppose for now actually it's just the toggle, isn't it? Do them after. So yeah, so ship lighting on or off, ship lighting, and then we need a global event. So I think what I'm going to do is, rather than that, if we call global event by name, because this is just a Boolean value, we can do this with our array. So we can set 0 or 1 there, and we'll call that settings ship lights. Let's do a select on there. On or off on there. Right, so we're basically sending on or off as a global event. We need to change those. So we need that one. So ship lighting minus goes there. Ship lighting plus goes there. And then we have text, which goes there. Right, and that should be everything replaced with the ship lighting. Right, okay. Which means that that should broadcast out every time we change the option. And I guess we'll have the lights check this value on load. Yeah, that would be easier. Right, then we'll just pop that up there. That could go in there. Right. Now that should now be saving. So ship lighting shadows on. save. Settings, graphics, ship lighting, shadows are on, off, save. Settings. Right, yeah, so it's saving, so that's good. So the next and final thing we need to do is we just need to change to the actual game itself, and then we'll watch it all explode. So what should happen is when we toggle that on and off, we should be seeing the shadows come on and off on the ship internal lighting. Because by default, none of this is casting shadows. Which is why you have bleed through like this, which I need to fix. So if we handle this on the lighting master blueprint, I have to do this as a separate thing. So bind global event by name, and that was settings ship lighting. I might eventually just do a unified settings broadcast, but for now we'll just do this. Make a custom event, ship settings updated. Right, and then we can get that, and then we can switch on string. So we already know that we're sending on or off based on the settings. So every time we toggle that option, it'll fire this event. Now obviously right now it's not loading it, but firing it at least. We'll handle the loading on the constructor. So I guess whenever this changes, we need to get lights, get main lights, set cast shadow. Let's do it all at once. All right, for each loop. Shadows. Can we switch? Sorry, can we select on that? Oh, we can. No, we can't. So we have to do it this way. So yes. Otherwise, same thing, but no. Particular master blueprint is very heavy because there's like 3,000 or 4,000 instances of it in the game world. Right, I will just check that we do actually have megalights turned on, because otherwise we're looking at like single-digit FPS land. Yes, megalights are on. So let's give this a whirl and see. Yeah, it is. Really sucks. Oh yeah, I forgot I was wearing a hat. Okay. Where has shadows? Probably down here is the best one to check. Yeah, so because megalights are on, it's really quite annoying that it kills SSGI. So if we do a megalights allowed 0, you can see that, not SSGI, sorry, SSAO, you can see that it adds all the nice AO around all the edges of everything, and kind of makes up for the fact that nothing's casting shadows. If you turn megalights on, you can see that all of a sudden all the ambient occlusion's gone and everything's just all together a lot flatter. Like just on the bottoms around there, it's just ugly. Like around this guy, like he's got like a shadow around him. If you turn that on, it's gone. No more shadow. But if we now go into the settings and turn on that, nothing happened. Begin play, blah, 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 blah. Let's make sure that we're calling the right event. Ah, no, we're not. Wrong event. Let's try that again in a minute. False alarm. Okay, well, I think shadows are on actually, because... Or are they? Looks like they are. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah, they are. So, one of the things you'll notice is that's grainy as all hell. And that is because of the fact we're downsampling the megalight's shadows. So what we need to do is downsample factor 1. There we go. And we've now removed all the horrible graininess. Now it does reduce performance ever so slightly doing that, but it's way better visually, at least. So again, if we have that on the default of 2, see, everything's just nasty. Oops, hold on, and it cleans it up nicely. I think I've got some odd settings on because we've got horrible trails happening. This is one of the things I've been experimenting with over the past week or so, is improving all of the different temporal stuff to stop like trails happening. It's kind of it's one of those necessary evils when you have temporal effects, but it does cause that kind of garbage to happen. But yeah, so I do believe those settings are working. So if we go into the settings, ship lighting shadows off. Yeah, there we go. So no more shadows on stuff. And then shadows on. Everything has shadows. Hurrah! Success. I just need to make sure that I also set the console variable for setting the downsample factor. I don't think any of these ones were. Yeah. There's not a huge array of CVARs that you can change for things like megalights, but some of it does make a difference. Because we've got all this stuff. Yeah, not a lot of it's relevant for what we're doing. Yeah, so that's just debugs. Yeah, that's not working yet. Although directional light support is coming in 5.7 apparently. And that's going to be a big deal because our main shadow caster in the game, being the sun or whatever star you're next to, obviously that's casting VSM shadows, which are fairly expensive. If we can move that over to megalights, all of a sudden we're removing the cost of having shadows being cast by stars, which means we could have multiple stars casting multiple shadows in the game world. So when you come into a multi-star system, you could have 3 or 4 stars with all different color spectrums, all shining those separate spectrums on the ship, and also casting shadows on the ship at the same time, which would be cool. And if we then move the lighting function to the stars you see out of the window in the distance, that means you no longer have that cutoff at half a light year when leaving a system, so the light suddenly just doesn't disappear. And you could be flying between 2 distant stars, and they could still actually be casting light on the ship from multiple light years away, which again is going to be very cool. Oh yes, Firster. So yeah, so I'm going to implement like ultra, high, medium, low, and potato as the graphics options, and that will set all of the options accordingly. Like potato mode will just have a single ambient light with no actual lighting at all on the ship. But, yeah, that will probably be the last thing I do. Yeah, getting there. And now we're back to no shadows. Well, on that happy note, I shall once again thank everyone for joining the stream. Yeah, sorry it was a boring UI stream, but sometimes they just have to happen. And fingers crossed we won't still be doing this next Wednesday, because it's taking forever to sort all these UIs out. But yeah, hopefully I'll get them done. And I think that's it really. So yeah, I shall see you all on Sunday for more fun on the Caravella. And until then, have a great week. So bye for now.